thought I'd say a few words about why we're here and what we're doing for the next few hours. So we're all familiar with that, Mr. Cousin. The guests know this, but we'll repeat anyway. The U.S. Department of Commerce. I always hate to speak right into it. All right, I'll do it. My name is Joe Gattuso. I'm an attorney advisor with the United States Department of Commerce Commercial Law Development Program. I'm here with my colleague Emily Skeels, who's in the back, who's an international program, in the front, international program specialist. And what our office does is help advance commercial legal issues and matters throughout the world in various countries. Telecommunications and the internet are just one aspect of the work of CLDP, which is generally funded by the U.S. Agency for International Development or the U.S. Department of State. We have been doing work separately on ICT issues in both Afghanistan and Pakistan for the last couple of years. We have today representatives from both of those countries as part of our ongoing facilitation and capacity building efforts for those countries. This is not a joint delegation. This is simply a matter of we are able to support both countries, and we're very pleased that both are here. We can do introductions separately. The room doesn't really provide for it at this moment, but I'll tell you that we're very pleased to have two officials here this morning from the Pakistan Telecommunications Authority, including the chairman of the authority, Dr. Shah. We have two representatives of the Afghan government, one from the Ministry of Communications and IT, one from the Afghan Telecommunications Regulatory Authority. We have, what am I count, 4 civil society participants from Afghanistan, including Mr. Ansari, who's with the MAG, Mr. Wafa, I hear your names, Mr. Aziz with American University, Mr. Shabana with Tech Women Afghanistan. I didn't give the names, so I'm giving names, Mr. Shameen from Pakistan, Mr. Payab from Afghanistan Ministry, and Mr. Qasim Nassimi from the Regulatory Authority. We also have Ms. Judith Hellerstein, who is providing her services for free to us to help us guide through the IGF. And we also have in the room today Mr. Jordan Selman, who's with USAID, who's worked in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So those are our introductions on our side. Our morning, for everybody's benefit, will start with some time spent with representatives from the Internet Society, who very kindly have come over to talk about the national ISOC activities and to introduce themselves. This is going to be informal. I also should mention this is in a way a continuation of the 2 days we spent in Washington, D.C. last week, where we were able to meet with a number of parties, government and non-government, to talk about both internet and telecommunications issues. So we're kind of picking up this morning and midstream finishing up. We're just going to be spending the morning here in this room. We're going to be visiting with ISOC now. We'll have a visit from a commissioner with the Mexican IFT, the Institute for Federal Telecommunications, to talk about competition in the telecommunications sector. After that, we're expecting possibly some other visitors to come by informally from different areas and not confirmed. So we will finish up well before lunchtime. Afterwards, our visiting participants will take advantage of the many Day Zero programs that start at 12 o'clock and go for the rest of the day. That is the overview. So with that, we'll see how this works with the space we have here. I'd like to start by introducing Sally Wentworth from ISOC, who will now introduce her colleagues and generally follow through.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Joe. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sally Wentworth. I'm the Vice President of Global Policy Development at the Internet Society. And thanks for the invitation. This is great. We have a new chapter in Afghanistan and a long-standing relationship in Pakistan, so this is a really fabulous opportunity to meet you in person and speak to you a little bit from an ISOC global perspective to help you in the work that you do locally in your countries. So hopefully that's the kind of conversation we can have, and we can certainly take it at any number of directions based on your questions and areas of interest. Why don't I first start by just introducing quickly our Internet Society colleagues who are here, just so that you know the faces in the room. We have Joyce here, who works on Joyce, your formal title? Senior Director of Global Engagement. She knows everything there is to know about chapters, and she also has an important role with our development work around the world. Jane Coffin, who I think everybody here knows. Jane, I don't know everybody's title at the Internet Society. We're not really big on titles, but Jane is instrumental on the ground in development activities worldwide, Internet exchange points. She's one of the foremost experts in the world, and somebody I know that many of you have worked with. Noelle is a policy expert in our Asia Pacific Bureau, covering a host of issues, including security, access, trust, and a wide range of topics. Carl Ganberg is raising his hand now. There he is. Carl works in our Geneva office, and he covers a range of internet governance policy issues in the UN and elsewhere. And just joining us, who's going to be my dynamic duo here, is Raul Echeverria, who's our Vice President of Global Engagement. So I think maybe I'll start, and then Raul, do you want to pick up? And this is sort of an informal discussion. Joe just told us we're going to talk a little bit about what we do at the global level and then see how it relates to some of the local and regional activities. So Internet Society, I think as many of you know, is a global organization. We are a nonprofit entity really dedicated to the growth of the Internet. We advocate for the growth of the Internet worldwide. We think the Internet is good for humanity. We think that it has connected communities and people in ways never before possible, created opportunity, and is a channel for the future, really. And so our whole set of activities, whether they're technical or policy or development or community-oriented, are really focused around that unifying theme, that the Internet should be for everyone and it should be a medium of opportunity. The work that we do, as I said, is divided sort of into these areas. We do a lot of work on the technology front. We are the organizational home for the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is the entity that develops many of the protocols that you use every day and don't think about, probably. We do a lot of work on the public policy aspects, so things related to Internet governance, but the host of Internet policy issues that are confronting us today at every level, whether they're related to access, affordability, opportunity, trust, security, privacy. All of these range of issues that are facing the future of the Internet are issues where Internet Society is active and has positions and works on advocacy. And then on the aspects of development, and I think Raul can speak more about this, but fundamentally the Internet is a medium of opportunity if people can be connected to it. So we have to create the various channels for connectivity. And that relates to empowering people, training people, building capacity of individuals to build the Internet, to innovate on the Internet and grow it to be the next thing that it will become. So that's really the work that Raul works on, and Jane and Joyce, of what do we have to do to build the communities of excellence in all of your countries to build the Internet of the future that you want. So that's a very high-level overview of what we do. The way we do it is really we aim to be bottom-up. We aim to be community-driven. So the chapters that you have in your country are our resource, our resource to you as policymakers to help you make the policy that makes sense in your country. They are the community of experts that can help build the Internet in your countries. So our chapters are really a link between quote-unquote ISOC Global and the local community. So we are quite pleased to have the chapter emerging in Afghanistan and the ongoing work in Pakistan. And I'll just then stop and just give you a little bit in terms of my background, because maybe it relates to some of you, especially on the policymaking side. I used to be in government. My background, I started at the State Department working on internet policy issues, and then went to the White House to work on domestic policy issues, internet policy issues. And one of the things that I found is that as a policymaker, you are called upon to be an expert in everything. right? You have to make decisions about everything. And nobody is an expert about everything. And you need the community around you to help you. You need to be able to reach experts on different topics to help you make the right policy decisions. So I think it's important that governments look at the stakeholder community, the multi-stakeholder process, not as a formal thing, but as a community, a way of making decisions, a way of getting to the right answer, a way of bringing experts to the table to help you work through a consumer protection challenge, to help you work through how do you make connectivity more affordable, how do you strengthen the capacity of your community. It's not a decision or a set of decisions you have to make on your own. You can lean on your Internet Society chapter, you can lean on the industry, you can lean on legal experts, academic experts around you to help you make the right decisions. And that was something that I did not fully appreciate until I came into government, but just how hard it is to make the whole wide range of decisions that you have to make on a daily basis. And it's okay to reach out to the community and say, what is the right answer here? Advise us, give us your input, help us make the right decisions. And we hope that's what our Internet Society chapters in part can be in a community. It's not the only thing they do, but it's, I think, an important role, and particularly since we have government officials here, we really hope that you would look at the Internet Society community as a resource. So I will pause there and maybe turn it over to Raul. And Raul, maybe we talk a little bit about why we support the Internet Governance Forum and local IGFs and that set of issues.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation for this meeting. As Sally said before, for us in the Internet Society, the Internet has never been, connectivity has never been the ultimate objective of our work. We have worked always in the understanding that the Internet is a tool for improving the life of the people. And so in that sense, and as Sally also said, that it is important that we look, it's among all stakeholders, what are the best ways to develop the Internet and to move forward in order to develop that Internet, an Internet of opportunities, an Internet that really help to improve the conditions of the people and at the same time improving also the potential of the country. And so this is the IGF is an instrument that we created, that we contributed very much to create in 2005 in the WISI summit in Tunis, and we have been committed strongly since the beginning. And just for giving you a data that help to show this commitment in this meeting. We, the Internet Society, directly or indirectly have supported the participation of about 200 people. And this shows clearly our commitment, plus all the efforts that we have spent during the year in developing materials, working with groups. So we are leading many activities, or some of them by ourselves, some others in partnership with other organizations, like the one that Shane is leading today on Wireless for Community. And we are contributing to bringing together all the people that is expert in that field. For example, just an example, Wireless for Community, and so they meet here and they make a valuable contribution to the discussion. So we bring people, but we bring contents, we bring expertise to the Internet Governance Forum. And one of this is very good. This meeting is very good. The IGF, all the process of IGF is very important. For bringing all the different stakeholders to have an open discussion in equal footing. But it's not enough, because we come here every year, we listen a lot of very interesting things, we learn about what is happening in all the world, but we have to come back to our countries the day after that. And we want to do things based on the things that we have learned in IGF. We want to bring some of this knowledge to the practice. And So we need also at the regional and local levels, we need to adapt those ideas and have their own the discussions closer to the policy making, close to the policy making as a way to, as Sally said, so the policymakers can lean on all the community and for the decisions they have to take. This is very important. It's a huge responsibility for the governments to take all the decisions in things that will benefit or compromise the future of the country in the next 50 years. And so we have to take advantage of all the expertise that we have distributed in the society among different stakeholders. And this is why we also promote the creation of the implementation of national dialogues and regional dialogues on things that are important for the regions. Sometimes are the same topics that are the most popular topics in the global IGF. Some other times are different topics because the local reality imposed to discuss other things. And our chapters is an instrument in both areas. It's an instrument for improving, for working on development, for bringing, in particular in Pakistan, and we have done a lot of work. And I am hopefully we will continue doing a lot of work there. And I have to say that I'm very glad to say that many of the things we have done in partnership with the government there, and we have the head of the regulator here. That's is a very good partner of us. We have organized community meetings like INETs or supporting the governance, internet governance, local school, and we have organized activities on accessibility and also deployed connectivity in rural places. We are working together with the incumbent, the telecom of the country in bringing connectivity through rural areas as part of our Wireless for Community project. And in Afghanistan, as we have the recently adopted chapter there, so we are very happy to have this chapter in Afghanistan, and I anticipate that we will have the same opportunities and to do similar kind of work there. So this is why I say that we have this dual, at least this dual role of the chapters in working on development on the country, and at the same time also promoting more open dialogues on internet governance related things. But there are also other activities that they have, and some capacity building and richness, the discussion, and also bringing the local flavor to the regional and global discussion, what is very important, because we need that this Internet Governance Forum and other fora take in consideration of the diversity of the situations and characteristics of the world as a whole. So, thank you. Sorry, it was a little long.
No, not at all. So that's a very quick overview. I wonder, I know this room is a little formal, more formal than maybe a round table would have provided, but can we open it up for any questions or comments about, it'd be wonderful for us to hear from maybe our chapter leaders about sort of what your goals are for your chapter in either Afghanistan or Pakistan, your objectives for the week and what you're hoping to get out of the week, or any questions you might have about the Internet Society and your engagement with us. So those are at least 3 areas that I'd love to hear from people on. If people are willing to take the microphone from me, we can have a more interactive conversation. I have a taker over here. And if you could give your name and where you're from.
Sure. Thank you so much for the very good presentation, the comments. My name is Omar Mansour Ansari. I'm one of the founding members of ISOC Afghanistan, and I'm on the board of directors. I'm the first vice president, vice chair. Our chair is here, and the 4 board members, Wafa. We started this together. Like it took us 2 years to to get the formal approval of the Afghanistan chapter, and then Shabana is here, vice. We all work together to get the global recognition for our local chapter. one of the biggest issues we face in Afghanistan, and that's been for the past 30, 40 years, was that we have been in isolation due to the invasions, war, civil war, and all these, you know. But the past 10, 13 years were very good in terms of capacity building of Afghans and the connection with the global community. If it's about business, internet issues, technology, public policy. So we're very happy about that and learning a lot from, you know, going to meetings on international level. CLDP has been very supportive in the past few years. We had quite a few sessions together at the IGF 2015 and then IGF 2016. And they're trying their best to provide more support to the Afghan government, the civil society, and the private sector. However, Afghanistan is a very new chapter. It's been a couple of months we got our formal approval from the ISOC Global. We have three major issues. Number one is the capacity of the local technology professionals as well as people who are in public policy. Technology and public policy, these are like two different issues, but we don't have many people who understand how to develop policy, how to formulate policy, and how to do like policy advisement. So this is gonna be one of the areas we would need some capacity building, and this could be by engaging our chapter leaders and the members of the Internet Society Afghanistan. And then the global connection, that's another issue. We would like to connect with the rest of the world. We want to have opportunities to attend training workshops abroad. For example, the engineering task force you've talked about. That would be one ideal place for some of our technologists to get involved in. The other issue would be helping the local communities to get involved in our activities and also the global activities. A major challenge when it comes to participating in the international meetings is everyone needs to go through applying for fellowships, you know, and that's like very difficult for Afghans who are non-speaking to do a very good application, fellowship application. If they were put, you know, if they had to compete with people from India, for example, in Pakistan and so many other countries, they are not gonna win because they're not good in writing English, they are not good in expressing themselves, but they're really good in working, you know, when it comes. If you give them a chance, to attend these meetings and participate, with the passage of time, they're gonna learn. Last year, I was at the IGF 2015 with the help of Joe and his team. But this year, I was appointed as a member of the MAG, IGF MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. So that's how we were exposed, and that was like a big step for an Afghan, you know. It was difficult, it was hard for us to be there, but when we got involved, we, you know, got to the top. And that's how I wanted for the rest of the Afghans to get involved in your, you know, communities. For example, the what is it? You have a board of directors and there is a board of trustees, right? Yes. So board of trustees would be a place where Afghanistan needs, would need a representation. But I know there are quite a few limited seats available. So these are some of my questions, and if you can elaborate a little bit more on that, on how we can get involved more and take advantage of the opportunities.
Do you want to jump in? Yeah. So this doesn't just have to be the Sally and Raul show. Since we have other ISOC experts here, I'm going to turn over to Joyce, if that's okay, Joyce. Joyce is very familiar with our chapter opportunities and can talk a little bit more about those. I would just like to say from where I sit, it is so exciting to see the enthusiasm that you have, that Afghanistan has. You've worked for 2 years to get a chapter. That's commitment. That's endurance right there. And that you have this this hunger and this desire to participate on the global stage is very important, and I think it can happen. So I think from where I sit, it's a very good data point to know about the enthusiasm and the interest. And sometimes that's the first step, right? But Joyce, you want to talk a little bit about the various programs? Can you get up?
I'll come out, it will be easier. Thank you, Omar, for bringing up the issues. And I formally want to say, since it's face-to-face now, congratulations on the chapter, and we are thrilled to have you as part of the family, as we said, and had the opportunity to see Aziz already very actively involved in Bangkok during the chapter workshop we had there. So I think this was already a very first opportunity for the chapter to get connected to the other regional chapters. I'm sure he brought home a lot of stories, a lot of takeaways from that session. So I think those opportunities are definitely there. As you all know, it is important for us to develop the chapters at local level and to ensure that we provide you with the necessary tools and resources to be successful at local level. But it's also very important for us to bridge that connection with the other, not only regional chapters as we did in Bangkok, and bringing together all the chapters from the region to have discussions about the issues that are alive, not only in your local countries, but in the region, and how you can actually collaborate with each other to find solutions to that. And then the next step is obviously, in the more ambitious piece, is looking at the global connections with the chapters. I think what we see with, I would say, the more mature chapters already, and I think our Pakistan chapter could confirm that as well, is that once you get into the connections of other chapters, once you get involved into the regional calls we have some community forums as well, where you have the opportunity to discuss issues, policy issues, or technology issues with other chapters, with peers. We have one of our US chapters here in the room as well, so this is already an opportunity. And I think you can definitely, as a chapter, you need to give yourself some time as well to grow and to make those connections. We are obviously there to help and to do that. In terms of capacity building, I said, Noel, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about what is happening at the regional level in terms of activities and potential opportunities for capacity building or other activities in the region specifically? If you can get up.
You can stay there. Just bring the mic to you.
Yeah, just very briefly, we have, in terms of chapters, I think, of course, you have had a chance to participate in some of our chapter activities. So we do organize several activities for chapters. One of them is the chapter leaders meeting, which I think you have participated in. But there are also many opportunities for building capacity. We have, as you might know, we organize activities with chapters as well. So that is another opportunity. We have the Asia Internet Symposium there are several that is organized every year. We aim to organize at least three. Sometimes it goes up to 6, and these are on local issues. So we work with the local chapters, not necessarily chapters in areas that we don't have chapters, for instance. We have worked with governments, we have worked with other stakeholders to make this happen. But there is a local host, and this mostly, this tends to be the chapter. And we work with a local host to set the agenda, to determine what needs to be discussed. But ultimately, this is about talking, discussing, and coming up with solutions to a particular set of issues that you think is relevant to your locality at the moment. We also have, this year, we started a major conference called the Regional Internet and Development Dialogue. which I think you also participated in. This is also an opportunity for us to come together as a community and to just build general understanding, to deepen the interconnections that we have, and just be a more to foster a more kind of a more solutions-driven environment. And we also have for technical on the technical side, we also have several fellowships. One of them is the Apricot Fellowship that we try to sponsor every year. That is also we open that up to chapters, and we do encourage you to join. And obviously, you know, I'm going to give you my card, and if there's anything else that we could help you with, then be happy to.
So Joyce and I have each one more thing, and then we want more questions from the group. Go ahead.
I just wanted to mention one program that is very concretely available to you already now. I mean, apart from the chapter support in terms of management and so on, but we actually run a program called Beyond the Net, with which you may be familiar. It's actually a grants program where chapters can apply for funding to run community projects. So it's a project. It's a program that has been run for the past 10 years. We've funded over 200 projects over those 200 years, 10 years. That would be ambitious. So the program is open for applications at any time, and they can be connectivity related projects, they can be capacity building projects. Funding is available up to $30,000 US. So it's definitely an opportunity for the chapter to get involved at local level in terms of capacity building, and obviously the team can support in providing some of the content, some of the briefings. We can put you in touch with other chapters who have done some successful projects already, so where you can learn from each other and not have to reinvent everything from zero. We will have a little, if it arrives eventually, we will have a little report. It's a Beyond the Net Impact Report of 2015, where you will see some examples of the projects that we have funded in 2015. Jane also knows a lot of those projects. She's involved in actually supporting some of them very actively. So if you want to have a chat with one of us, I mean, feel free at any time, just to even to brainstorm at any time, not a problem.
So the last thing, you had mentioned a desire to be linked to sort of ISOC Global, linked to the global community. I mean, just an idea, and Judith, I hope this is okay. But, you know, I hear from the DC chapter. I live in DC. So one of the things that they have said is the desire to have sort of joint meetings with other chapters. You know, one idea is to kind of, to find a buddy, so to speak, another chapter that's maybe more developed, that's been around a little bit longer, and do some joint conversations. Find, you know, they know how to navigate the Internet Society, although as staff, we're always here to help you with that. But they know how to do that, but they've also had success in certain activities, may have some ideas, but may also have resources in terms of policy or technology ideas that may be of interest, that may be, you know, if in Afghanistan there's a big push on a particular topic, another chapter in the network may have also worked on that topic and may have ideas, and you may be able to do some joint activities, just as an idea. So, you know, I know the DC chapter has been very keen to do things like that. I think other chapters are as well. You know, if it's IPv6, I can tell you the Japanese chapter is light years ahead of everybody else, and Colorado chapter is very interested in IPv6. So there are groups you could tap, depending on your areas of interest. So that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you probably know, Saeed Ismail Shah, Chairman of Pakistan Telecom Authority. We work very closely with ISOC within the country and even outside. Recently, just to continue with what Omar mentioned, recently from 26th to 29th November, we had the Pakistan School of Internet Governance, and I think we had participants from Afghanistan. We jointly organized activities with ISOC. So if there is any logistic support required, some paperwork required, we can actually help in that, because we are a government entity, and the paperwork can be arranged easily if there is a requirement for our Afghan friends to come to attend any event that is organized in Pakistan. In Pakistan, as you mentioned, ISOC is quite active. Jane was there in April this year in connection with the first IXP that now it's now up and running. We just need to have the formal inauguration. Other than that, we had the INET last year. Immediately after the IGF, we had the INET, which went very well. That was very successful. Another activity that you might also consider, Omar, doing, Omar Ansari, that you might want to consider is that we are working with ISOC and the local operators on activities related to persons with disabilities. So ISOC had been helping us and creating the awareness regarding the persons with disabilities and what ICTs can do for them. So that is something that you might want to do in Afghanistan also. Of course, if any experience sharing or help is required from us, we would be gladly able to do that for you. Other than that, I think you rightly mentioned that if you look at the overall internet, this is our belief also, that internet can be a great source for humanity. It can provide so many services that our countries, especially countries like ours, require it, for example, in terms of health, education, financial services. And I am glad to inform you that last year in the previous IGF, I met a group from Pakistan here. They were actually establishing e-clinics for the women in the villages. And we are now working with them, and I am encouraging having their meetings arranged with the local operators, the local carriers, so that the broadband connectivity can be provided to them free of cost in remote areas. So that's something that we are working on, and the same concept can be extended. So we can actually do a knowledge sharing with all the community. For this, also we had some workshops on IPv6 arranged in Pakistan. In Pakistan, we are actually also working with the Higher Education Commission, ISOC, Higher Education Commission, PTA. So all of us are working together on IPv6, on this internet governance. Now, specifically for this IGF, again, we would like to extend and know more about how the internet governance should take shape, and most importantly, how the SDGs, for example, can be achieved using the ICTs. So that's basically, I mean, we do have our own ideas also, but simultaneously we would like to know what the other countries, other groups are doing to help achieve the sustainable development goals, especially using ICTs. So that's one of the objectives that we are here for. And during the since last IGF till now, we have actually taken a few ISOC courses also online, our staff, including myself. I have taken Internet Governance Forum online courses. I am, by the way, member also, like you have to become a member also first before you can take the course. So these are something that our government colleagues also, we have a representation from Afghan Telecom Regulatory Authority, the ministry. What we need to do is, in order to get the full benefit of the internet and the services it can provide, the governments and the society, as we need, it's a community. No single entity, whether that is the government, whether that is ministry, ISOC, or ICANN, or even the United Nations or ITU can do it on their own. All of us have to work together. And I know there are challenges. Like, for example, one of the other topic of interest to us would be the cybersecurity. So that's an Internet of Things. Our needs sometimes are a little different as in a developing country. For example, the Internet of Things that might be of interest to Korea or US would be driverless cars. But for us, it will be more important to have sensors that can tell about the quality of water at different places. It can monitor the weather conditions and so on. So, but of course, the technology would be the same, the protocol, the securities, and all these other aspects, if not the same, would be similar. So we would like to know, and at the same time give also our own ideas on how actually we can take advantage, full advantage of the internet. And by the way, in Pakistan, in the last 2 years and 3 months, the broadband penetration has jumped from less than 2% to 20% in 2 years and 3 months. It's mostly mobile broadband, but now we are focusing on the fixed one. So we have fiber to the home services becoming more available. And with that, actually, the SMEs are growing. That's another area. I think Shabana is here from Women in Technology. I think this is something that is really very important. And as government, there are initiatives being taken by Pakistani government where we are establishing women entrepreneurship centers, and I can share the RFPs and the experiences wherever they are required. So these are some of the things I can continue on, but yeah.
I think that's great, and this is what I think at Internet Society we like to see ourselves as conveners, as a platform where these kinds of connections can happen. So if we can do that through the Internet Society and help channel information between all of you, that would be ideal from our perspective. In terms of resources from a policy perspective, we've been publishing a series of, we call them policy briefs, on different topics, on a whole range of issues. They cover everything from human rights to privacy to Internet of Things to, we're just publishing one on over-the-top services, security. I don't know, Carl, help me with the list, but there's about 15 or 20 of them out there now, and we try to publish about 2 or 3 per quarter. They are in English, French, and Spanish. If it's helpful and more helpful to you to get them translated in a local language, we are happy to work with you on that so that they're available to your policymakers and to your communities. The other thing that we're always really looking for is to help. These are written at a very high level for a global audience, but they need to be regionalized and localized. How does this play out in your country? What are the specific challenges as a developing country that you see that may not be reflected in a global perspective? So we put them out for comment. We are always seeking input on them, but they're there for you as a resource. For government officials, there is a program that we run at the IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force, where we bring policymakers in groups of about 15 to 20 to the IETF. The IETF is a very special place. It is very, very, very technical. Every time I think I know something about IPv6, I just go to an IETF working group and realize that they know deep, deep, deep things about IPv6 that I will never know. But what we try to do is show policymakers how the open standards process works, what it looks like, what the IETF is, because it is a mystery to many people. I felt it was a mystery when I was in government, so that's one of the reasons we do this program, is because I wanted to know what it was. And then we run through a series of tutorials on how different parts of the internet work from a technical perspective. Not deep, deep, deep complicated, but in general, how does the domain name system work? How does IP addressing work? What is encryption? Why does it work this way? How does routing work on the internet, and why is it different than telecommunications? What are the differences you need to know as policymakers? We do a seminar on Internet of Things from a technical perspective. So these are not government discussions, but they are intended to help policymakers understand enough about the technology to try to make good decisions, or at least know who to reach out to. So that is something that is available to government officials. If that's something ever of interest, we'd be delighted. The IETF moves around the globe. They meet 3 times a year. So there are opportunities there. And I firmly believe, because I came from the government, that the linkages between the technologists and policymakers are crucial. The decisions that governments make about the internet are ultimately have to be implemented by technologists, right? They have to be able to write the code, they have to be able to build the devices, they have to be able to create the internet exchange points, do all of the various things at a technical level that people are asking for. And so if governments are making decisions that can't actually be implemented at a technical layer, then we've been ships crossing in the night and we don't solve whatever problem it is we're trying to solve. And I think that's particularly important on cybersecurity. Because cybersecurity, physical security has generally been in the realm of governments, right, for a very long time. Governments have armies and police, and the things related to physical security have traditionally been government. And yet we have the internet that has traditionally been in private hands, right? It's run by private entities, and users are interacting with it and building on it and running services out of their basements or whatever it is they're doing. And everybody's interacting with this technology, right, in all of these different ways. So and now we have to secure it, right? We have to create levels of security that are vastly different than what we have currently. And so you're coming up on this clash a little bit between the traditional government role in physical security and a technology that has for 25 years been in private hands. And we have to find a way to secure it. And so government passing a law that says it shall be secure is not going to work. And waiting for the engineers to just figure it out is probably also not going to work. And this is one of those areas where the two communities absolutely must get together. There has to be interaction because the solutions that the engineers provide have to meet the expectations of all of us, right? As consumers, as policymakers, as human rights activists. There's all sorts of considerations that have to go in. And industry still has to be able to function over this medium. I mean, there's all of these things to take into consideration. And so I really think cybersecurity is the thing that's going to test this whole multi-stakeholder model. And that's where we've all got to get together. There's a question in the back, and then you'll tell me on time where we are. Because I'll just keep going. And there, our next act is coming in. So we'll take one more question and then wrap up. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Aziz. I represent the Internet Society Afghanistan chapter. We've recently established a chapter and we've had few small little activities here and there, but we're working on progressing. I have my colleagues from the Internet Society Afghanistan chapter here too. And it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm glad to know that Internet Society Global are there to support us and provide us all the resources and assist us in whatever way possible. Problems at the level of our country is a lot. There are a lot of problems. Security being a major one, culture differences and religion, which sets boundaries in terms of we cannot do certain things. Those problems are there. And our governments being in a total different level, which is much lower than the private sector. The government speaks a total different language, and the private sector uses a different technology to the government, which the government cannot, afford most of the times. So those problems we are working on. We have also planned on having different advisory committees through the ISOC channel, which we can sort of contribute, and advise the Ministry of Communications and IT, and also the Afghanistan Telecommunications Regulatory Authority. Our plans are to have the Afghanistan School of Internet Governance, which we are planning to sort of start. So I was wondering how ISOC Global can help, what sort of assistance can they provide, and obviously there has been a School of Internet Governance in India and Pakistan, and a few of other countries, Bangladesh, for example. So what can we learn, from their best practices in terms of how to start the School of Internet Governance and what things to consider in order to be successful. And going back to ISOC, some of the chapters in ISOC has been, working for 10 years or more. For example, Hong Kong, Australia. So we'd like to learn from their best practices, how did they start 10 years ago, and what sort of challenges that they had at the national level, at the local level, and how did they overcome those challenges. So those are the things that we would like to sort of communicate with the chapters. So what we really need is those cross-functional activities between our chapter and the other chapters like India, Pakistan, Hong Kong, and things. And also School of Internet Governance. How can Pakistan help if we want to have our School of Internet Governance as AFSIG? Because they've already started and they're already working. And I heard that there was a workshop last week. That's what Naveed told me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and how can we participate in that, and how can you guys help? How can ISOC Global help in terms of, having in ISOC and also the School of Internet Governance? Thank you.
Also, is there an internship program, or can we start?
We don't actually have a formal internship program. Always open for good people, though. So. ISOC ambassadors. So this week we have how many ISOC ambassadors? 20-some ambassadors. And ambassadors are programs that we run at a number of different meetings where, again, you can apply. And you made a comment about Afghanis couldn't make it through the process because of English or whatever. It is not an English writing competition. I really do want to assure you of that. It is, we work in a global environment, and not everybody has the same level of English. And I'm in Mexico this week, and I have a terrible level of Spanish. We don't want to. That's not the point of the ambassadorship. So I do want to assure you of that. But maybe the place to start is to give you. I think there are these lists of the various engagement opportunities. We can make sure that you have those. I think you're quite spot on about this, the Internet Governance School. It strikes me that the linkage with Pakistan is probably the most relevant because they're doing this right now. Geographically, it makes sense. But from an ISOC global perspective, if there are questions, we're always happy to hear from you.
I'll just wrap it here on a very practical advice. You mentioned the name Naveed, so he's your person. So we can definitely put you in touch with with the other countries that have done the School of Internet. I mean, I think you have a buddy already, actually. So I think this meeting was great.
Great.
So I'm going to wrap there. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you for being part of the Internet Society. I think that's the most important thing I could say is welcome to Internet Society for our Afghanistan chapter. Thank you to the Pakistan group and the chapter for being part of our community. We do see it as a community. So you are welcome, and we hope you speak up and contribute from where you sit. So thank you very much.
And thank you. Thank you all from the ISOC. I'll go through. Go ahead. I appreciate all of you coming. It's a show of force, which is correct.
We hope you don't take it personally, but a number of us will get up and leave.
And we never put Jane.
We're all around.
My good friend Jane Coffin, we never put on the spot to speak, but you have to go. So thank you again. And so I would like to move quickly into a short introduction before our next longer speaker. To my left is Miss Marilyn Cade. She has had a long career working in telecommunications and the internet. I met her many years ago when she worked for a major company. She has been instrumental in the development of the IGF and internet governance issues. Today we're hearing a lot from the non-government side. It's a reflection of the multi-stakeholder nature of the agency. I'm sorry, I'm speaking over our guests. We have our speaker from the government of Mexico coming on soon. I've shorted Marilyn, but she's going to be very dynamic in 5 minutes. So I'll let you continue introducing yourself and the information you brought. I will be right back.
The microphones work? So I can. Sure. Okay. So my name is Marilyn Cade, And I see some old friends and some new friends here. So glad to have the opportunity to speak. I am going to speak quickly. I am here to ask you to do two things. And that's what the paper is about that I'm handing to you. I'm a MAG member, a member of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and I serve as the substantive coordinator of the national and regional IGF initiatives. My job in support of the focal group, the focal point, Anya Gecko, at the Secretariat, is to support, from a bottom-up perspective, what the NRIs themselves want to do. There are many people who want to dictate the role of the national and regional IGFs. Some of them are from governments, maybe even sometimes from my own government. Internet governance has become sexy and a hot topic. And because of the linkage with the SDGs, many governments who've just begun to get involved in internet governance are now asking themselves, whoa, maybe I need to run the national or regional IGF. Maybe I need to be the chair. Maybe I need to. The best, most successful, most sustainable model is when we fulfill the promise and commitment of the Tunis Agenda, where all stakeholders act on an equal footing. This is a really tough thing within business and with governments to sell up the chain, because we have to learn new models of interaction. So the NRIs are holding a main session here on Tuesday, day 2, and the little flyer has information about what the NRIs are doing, and on the back it has the information about the meetings that we are holding. This little one right here. I hope that if you, I look forward to talking with you in other settings about the growth of the national IGFs in both of your countries. I know that you're both really working in that direction and working to bring your other stakeholders together. In addition to the ingredients of having ISOC, you also have in your countries ICT associations. And we can help, I can help to draw them in if they're not already involved. Omar himself is actually a leader in WITSA and able to help with also reaching out. Now let me talk for a minute. The NRIs are growing significantly. We can talk about public policy at a global level, and we can talk about public policy at a regional level, but we cannot implement public policy except at a national level. We have to take the ideas and the change home and make it work in our countries, and that's where the NRIs come in. So over the next 10 years, there's going to be a significant expansion of the number of NRIs and the work that they do. They do not report to the IGF, but they reflect into the IGF. The second little document that you have is my invitation to you to be actively involved as speakers from the floor in the town hall at the first main session tomorrow, 10 to 1, which is the role of internet governance in the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Some of you were here last year, and you remember the standing microphones where everybody had to queue up and wait for a 3-minute speaking slot. We're going to do something like that again. We're in a huge auditorium. We will have 4 kind of setting the scene, 5 sort of setting the scene speakers, and then that little graphic, which is a UN graphic of the 7, will be projected, and there are guiding questions that are you're going to be invited to speak for 3 minutes on your views on that or anything else you want to say, because you may have other things you want to say. But it is a town hall consultation about internet governance and impact on SDGs. The SDGs were, unlike the Millennium Development Goals, they were developed in a consultative process, but it was only consultation with designated representatives of stakeholders. It was not a bottom-up process, and I'm not being critical. I am saying this is our opportunity to add in more information about those of us who are out there trying to figure out how to implement the SDGs and the importance of the SDGs. So I hope to see you in both, and in particular, I'm going to take names about who shows up at the main session since I'm the coordinator. Any quick questions before? And by the way, stop by the NRI booth if you can. It's in the village. Love to see you there. There are different NRIs there. And here to do anything we can to help to augment the great work that you're already doing. So glad to see you all back.
Thank you so much, Marilyn. Appreciate your coming by.
My pleasure.
Very efficient use of time.
Can I just see a show of hands of who's going to commit to go to the microphone? Excuse me, do I have to appoint people? More?
More. Everybody.
More? Hey, I'm here looking for you.
When you
SDGs. I hope so. Thanks again.
Could you open the door? We're going to invite our next speaker in. I'm sorry, we squeezed in Maryland, and that was a very important thing to do, and I hadn't put her on the program before. But the folks from the Internet Society had to leave by 11, and our next speaker has somewhere else to be a little bit later, so they're also vying for that. I want to invite them in now. Could someone open the door in the back and tell them we're ready for them? They're sitting over the right. It's like inviting in the, come this way. Ah, this way. It's like a game show when we have the next door. Welcome again. As I explained outside, the room is a little clumsy. Perhaps, though, you would like the official speaker chair. I will make an introduction. Thank you again for your patience and waiting as we finished up that last part. So we're gonna turn the. I guess I should use this one, or it makes no difference. We're going to turn the focus here. This is reflective of both the multi-stakeholder nature of the IGF and also the diverse backgrounds of our participants. We spent time in Washington on Thursday and Friday doing some preparatory work with our delegations and on different issues. But we do have representatives here from the governments of both Pakistan and Afghanistan, and we have civil society from Afghanistan. So we're covering a lot of ground. This morning we heard from the Internet Society about the activities of the Internet Society. We also just very briefly had an introduction by Marilyn Cade, who's private sector for the Internet. Now we're going to talk about more government-oriented things and more telecommunications-oriented things. It's because as I've spoken to all of you individually, part of what CLDP does is provide capacity-building assistance to different governments, including both Afghanistan and Pakistan. And it seems to me that the countries, especially Afghanistan, face some similar issues with respect to development, connectivity, and part of that is how one encourages the development of the ICT sector. What does it mean to connect additional people? What is the role of competition? If we have a chance for an interactive session, we can talk about a new policy in Afghanistan to encourage competition in the infrastructure fiber optic market. Afghanistan, speaking specifically about Afghanistan, Afghanistan has a state-owned telecommunications company that owns the infrastructure. Mexico has been through reforms that affect your competition, reforms that affect your institution. It seems like there's a similarity, and perhaps the countries could learn from each other. So that is an introduction of why we're here. I'd like to literally go to an introduction, which I have to do from memory a little bit. I'm joined to my left here by Commissioner Maria Elena Estillo Flores. Oh, thank you, got that. She's with the IFT, which I think in English is the Federal Institute of Telecommunications, and so it would be fit in English. She is an economist, an academic, and commissioner with the FIT, or the IFT. She holds a bachelor's degree in economics from ITESM and an MA and a PhD from the University of Paris. Thank goodness for Google. I hope that covered it correctly. She's joined by two associates, Mr. Juan Carlos Mr. Victor, who, right there, thank you. Like I say, this is a chance for us to meet each other, perhaps think about issues together. The room is very formal, but I hope, again, we engage in conversation. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you. I don't know how long you can stay, but we are pretty good for time now.
Hello. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here. I understand that the interest of meeting today is to hear about what we have done in Mexico for the last years, since we had an important, very, very deep constitutional reform. And this constitutional reform is about competition and telecommunications. And these both issues are deeply entwined, and this constitutional reform started to rethink about the institutional design. Before the reform, we had two different authorities, one for competition, one for telecommunications. The regulator for telecommunications had, for the few years before the reform, acquired also the mandate for broadcasting. But it acquired the mandate, but the law the law wasn't reformed in a way to have a convergent view for both sectors. And also, before the constitutional reform, the country made several efforts to bring more competition to the sector. And it was very difficult to do so. For example, we tried for about 15 years to get to an asymmetric regulation for the dominant carrier, but it was never done. It was difficult to do it with the ancient institutional reform because the procedure had to go through two different phases, one with the Competition Commission, the other with the Telecommunications Commission. And through all these procedures, the dominant carriers went to the court. It was quite easy to get protection from the court against these procedures. So we didn't get, through all this period, we didn't get to put in place a specific regulation to enhance competition. So in very broad terms, this was the situation when the constitutional reform took place. This is a very ambitious, very broad reform. It started by redefining the authorities. We had, instead of having a separated Competition Commission and Telecommunications Commission, it merged in one and the same body. This same reform created a new Competition Commission, but only for sectors different from telecommunication and broadcasting, and gave powers to the new institute, to the Federal Telecommunications Institute, as a new regulator for telecommunications, broadcasting, and also as the competition authority in charge of these sectors. So there are no overlaps or concurrence between the two competitions authorities. We apply the same law, but for different sectors. There are also very important definitions in this reform. The institute was created as an autonomous body, so it is not part of the executive branch of the government. It is a constitutional autonomous body, so we have regulatory powers. We have to apply the telecommunications law, the competition law, which were created by the Congress, but we have some regulatory powers in those issues that are not covered by the law. This is new as a regulatory body. This gives us more power as to react to such a dynamic market, which is changing all the time. And so we may put in place regulations which are needed and which may not be contemplated in the laws. We have also a very broad mandate. We are in charge, as I told you, of telecommunications and broadcasting. That is all audiovisual content and issues are related to our mandate. But in this aspect, there are also other authorities that have different powers related to content, audiovisual content. So we share different responsibilities, for example, with the Ministry of the Interior, which is in charge of the classification of content for television, the definition of the time periods for these different kind of contents. And we are also responsible in coordination with our other authorities to assure that there is freedom of speech and the right of information. So through all this broad mandate, where we have technical powers, economic regulatory powers, we have also to make sure that these fundamental rights are respected through all the regulation and our different decision making. This is broadly the objectives of the constitutional reform. As part of the reform, there was only a very specific mandate for the Institute to come up with a series of decisions that had to be made in a period of 180 days. That was after the enactment of this reform in 2013. So all these decisions have been made. The most important maybe was to determine if there was a preponderant agent for broadcasting and a preponderant agent for telecommunications. This is a new concept that was created in the Constitution. We still have this in our competition powers. We may define if they are dominant players according to competition law, but we also have this new concept from the reform, from the Constitution, that is simpler, very much simpler in its application, and it says that any economic agent which has more than 50% share in the whole sector of telecommunications or in the whole sector of broadcasting is a preponderant agent. So we have to define specific regulations to enhance competition. This concept of preponderance is aimed exclusively at enhancing competition. So we made this decision. We found preponderant players in both sectors. In fact, we have very concentrated markets and sectors, so it was evident that we were facing preponderant agents in both cases. But this concept was very helpful in bringing in the power to define these asymmetric rules. After trying for so many years, as I have told you about, it's around 15 years of different efforts to bring about this asymmetric regulation. After the constitutional reform, we got to put them in place in just a period of 180 days. So this has been a very good departure for all these different efforts that we have been making to enhance competition. As I told you, the main objective of this reform has been to enhance competition in the markets, in the sectors, and to allow for convergence in these sectors. We have also made some other decisions that came about from the asymmetric regulation, but also others directly from the law, from the constitutional reform. For example, the reform put in place must carry and must offer obligations for the broadcasting sector. That is, that pay television have to carry open-air signals. All open-air signals that are freely received by the people in each city or location, they have to be carried also freely by pay television. And open-air television, open-air broadcasters cannot charge the pay systems for letting them carry their signals. This is also, this has been an important regulation for broadcasting that is also aimed at enhancing competition. In the past, we had several competition problems because in Mexico, open television is still is very, very important for the audiences. In pay television, the channels that are mostly watched by the people are still open-air signals. So for any pay television system that wanted to grow, to have audiences, they had to have open-air signals. And before the reform, it was very hard to do it, and mostly because we have a vertical integration between open-air television and pay television. And in fact, the preponderant agent in open-air television is also the most important carrier for pay television. So we also have this specific competition problem that couldn't be addressed before. And with these new rules from our reform, where this specific problem of access to a very relevant input was solved. We have also put in place several public offers for wholesale services that the preponderance have to give to other carriers, mainly for telecom services, but we also have one public offer for broadcasting services. For telecommunication services, the preponderant agents, which is América Móvil, have to offer wholesale services for unbundling access. This was mandated specifically in the Constitution, this unbundling of the local network. Also for virtual mobile operators. They're obligated to have a specific wholesale offer for these types of carriers, of mobile carriers. They have to give access also to their passive infrastructure, and this is also the case for the broadcasting sector. It also has a public offer for passive infrastructure. These offers have been bringing about new opportunities for other carriers that are smaller in their networks, and it has helped to have their services more easily coming to new places, to have new capabilities. The unbundling offering of services is the newest one. It was in place since the last year. We had a technical group made of the carriers with the Institute to solve out technical issues, because this is a very complex, these are very complex services for unbundling. But this was a good exercise to have this technical group with the carriers, with competitive carriers, as well as the preponderant, to solve out all these technical issues, and then the Institute to solve questions that couldn't get an agreement among the carriers. We are now, just right now, we are in the review, the first review of the general obligations for the preponderant agents. When we issued them in 2014, we considered to have a review every 2 years to see how the obligations are working, and that's because we considered different factors. For one, to be able to correct things that weren't adequately defined at this first exercise. Also to look at the compliance of the preponderant, to be sure that there were mechanisms to enforce the obligations, and if changes have to be made to the rules, to have this opportunity to review and to better the obligations. Now we are in this, as we are in 2016, we have come to this first review of the obligations. We went through a public consultation procedure, and it finished. Right now we are close to getting the final decisions that will come between January or February. That's where we expect to close with the final resolution. And, well, it has been very useful to have this review because we have been gaining experience from the market, what has happened, what has worked, what has not worked. We also benefited a lot of the public consultation with the carriers, which are the direct users of the wholesale services, so it was also very useful. In fact, since the Institute was created, we have been using public consultations for all our rulemaking. This, well, there are many countries that have used public consultations for many years, but for Mexico it has been a new exercise, and we now have it as a rule, as an obligation, to go through public consultation. And it is really very helpful for the authority to be able to go to the public and ask for their view on on rulemaking. And mainly because we have to rule on complex technical issues with new technologies that are coming to the market all the time, but also because in several themes we have many different stakeholders, and it's very useful to learn about their points of view for specific issues. Well, we have, as I told you, we have a very, very, very broad mandate, but we have been very focused on competition issues because the main objective of the reform is to have better competition on the markets, but there are also some other important issues, important mandates that are complementary to competition, which are very important. For example, we have to look for the protection of the users' rights and the audience's rights. We very recently issued public rules for the defense of the audiences. These are oriented to protect basic rights in relation to what the audiences watch in television. For example, that the children should have access to content that is adapted for them, that people shouldn't see discriminating content, sexist content, content that is reinforcing this discriminating ideas. And we have to put in place mechanisms so we can effectively protect these rights. In the law, there is a concept that has begun to work. This is an obligation for every broadcaster to have a defensor for the audiences. And this defensor receives complaints from the public. If the public sees any content that is against his basic rights, then any person can complain before this defensor. And well, we have to watch that these activities of the defensor are effective, that are followed. The defensor has to come up with recommendations, and the broadcasters have to follow. I don't know if we have, if you think that we can make some questions, answers.
I hope we can.
Yeah.
And if you have the time, we'll make the best of the space. But I would like to suggest that, and first of all, thank you very much for that overview. Appreciate it. And I heard in what you said, as I expected, some similar themes that every country deals with. And I would invite our participants to ask questions or to even offer your experience along similar lines in your country. And I always put you all on the spot by encouraging you to speak. And I won't do that too much unless you don't speak. So, so do we have anyone who would like to ask a question or make an observation? Very good, Mr. Kasim. I don't think mine's, now it's on. Sorry.
This one?
No, no.
Thanks a lot for an overview about the Mexican telecommunication regulation. How you are figuring out the dominant operator? Is it a task which is done on regular basis, currently who is the dominant operator in Mexico?
This is, oh, I understand this. How do we make sure that they are complying? That is.
No, how you figure out the dominant provider, which is having more than 50% of market share?
Okay. Yes, because this is a definition that is it's a very broad in all the sectors. So we had to figure that out. We calculated for the different services in the telecommunications sectors, for example, mobile, fixed, pay TV, some other smaller services. We only summed all the users in the sectors and compared it to the total. And since we have such concentrated markets, we found out that América Móvil had more than 50% of all the users in all these services.
And is it done on regular basis, for example, annually or quarterly, or how the time period?
We have not reviewed the definition of preponderance because in the law we have a special provision for how to revise that decision. And we have to receive a specific application by the preponderant. And in order to define that they are no longer subject to their obligations, they have to prove that they do not have any more than 50% share, but also that there is effective competition. So it is more difficult to get out of the obligations than to get in. And to get in, we didn't have to make this effective competition analysis. Only the share of the sector.
And do you set the tariff regulation on dominant operator as well?
Yes, we apply also competition law, and we have the dominance definition is in the law, but it's according to usual competition criteria. We look at the share. Well, we have to define relevant markets. We don't do it in all the sectors. When we talk about dominance, we go to competition law. So we have to define relevant markets and then look at the share, barriers of entry, the power of other or existence of other competitors. It's application of the competition criteria. There are more that are shared with other countries. No?
I'm the chairman of the Pakistan Telecommunication Authority. I met one of your commissioners in Bangkok, Andriana. My question is related to the, you have this content, you talked about content for broadcasting. So you mentioned that there is a certain type of content that is not allowed in the broadcasting medium. Do you have something similar for the streaming or internet? Content regulations for the internet?
We have, no, not for the moment, but we have to make rule making on net neutrality. There is a mandate of the law, but we're still in the early process, but we will have to come up with rules. In the law, we have some general criteria as to what to consider in this rulemaking, which, well, they are very general, but for example, the law says that the user has always to have its choice protected. So one of the main objectives is to protect the user's choice. But the law also says that the carriers may make some traffic arrangements, but they have to be justified and not against competition.
My name is Ahmed Shamim. I'm from Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, Director Coordination and International Affairs. One question is that it's in most of the laws, you know that the telecom regulator have the providing in the law that the competition control or there have some to control competition. But when a competition commission arrives, so is there an overriding effect to the telecommunication competition under the law, or is it they would have a limited access to control the competition or to look into the competition issues? Second, is there be any quasi-judicial role of your commission in the sector?
Can you repeat the second question, please?
Like, you pass a judgment or determination. Is it how you enforce it, or what is the procedure to enforce that? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. For the first question, yes, it's a little bit difficult to understand our new institutional design. But we are a competition authority, a full competition authority. That means that when we act as a competition authority, we apply directly the competition law. So we can investigate, for example, monopolistic practices, cartels. We are in charge of authorizing mergers from the competition viewpoint. But because we are also the telecommunication regulator, we try to do it efficiently. We have to authorize, as the telecom regulator, some mergers, but from the telecom viewpoint. But we also have to authorize as a competition authority. So we try to do it in the same procedure, so as to not make the firms to duplicate their procedures with us. But we act differently. We apply both laws, and we apply them as the Competition Commission would do. And if there is a complaint if one of the carriers is making some anti-competitive conduct, they have to bring their complaints to us. They cannot bring them to the Competition Commission because they do not have powers over this sector. And we do the investigation, we complete all the procedures, and we may impose the sanctions of the competition law. And your other question is about enforcement. So we have powers to do verifications, investigations, to go to directly to the carriers, to ask them to produce documents, but we can also make direct measures. For example, if we're looking at quality obligations, we directly measure quality in camp. We have also to make sure that people are using the spectrum with appropriate license. So we go to locations and measure and locate if there are illegal use of frequencies, and we have those powers. What I didn't mention, and it is very, very important, is as part of the constitutional reform, now we have specialized courts. for telecommunications and competition. That is a very important change because we're looking to have more specialized people in the regulatory part, but it's also very important that the judges are specialized. So now we have specialized courts. And another change that was very important also is that the decisions our decisions cannot be suspended, but until the final decisions of the courts are reached. So it has really changed the way that the companies go through the judicial procedure, because before it was very easy to stop any decision by the regulator or by the competition commission. And now they cannot do it until the final decision by the courts is reached.
Who are the judges in the courts, telecommunication or ICT courts? Who are the judges? Are they from the telecom sector, or they are appointed by they are the regular judges appointed by the federal government?
They are regular judges. They were assigned looking at their past experience, but because there were no specialized courts before, they had to come from the administrative part of the courts. That what we're looking at is that they will acquire, in working only with this kind of cases, they will be acquiring this experience.
Sorry for cross-posting once again. By the way, I am from Afghanistan Telecom Regulatory Authority. I had a question about arbitrage, the international voice transit. Is it allowed? Do you have any regulation for that or not? The international transit of voice from one country to another country through Mexican carriers. And also another question about the licensing regime. Is it technology neutral or it is technology specific, the licensing?
It is neutral. We have, in fact, in the law, we have a principle of technological neutrality. So if we authorize the licenses in the widest form possible. The licenses that we have been issuing are for national services and for any service that can be produced with the network. And broadcast and telecoms. We're not differentiating between broadcasting and telecoms. That is, in the general license, we call it the concesión única. It's like the only license, and it is very broad. But we have also licenses for spectrum. And in the spectrum, we have to follow the use, the authorized use for the spectrum, but only up to that limit that it has to be a spectrum use that we have in our national spectrum chart. We give this authorization in the broadest sense.
And how about the arbitrage, the international voice transit?
We have rules for international traffic. So if there's traffic coming into the country, this is traffic that have to go to an end user in Mexico and has to pay the interconnection rule, the interconnection charges for termination.
So does it mean, for example, if country A wants to call country C, it goes through Mexico? Is it allowed?
We have in our rules, we have originating and terminating charges, but we don't have a service that is called, for example, international transit. No, these are, you have to end the communication in the country.
And is it illegal if some carrier or operator do so? For example, to transit one country's voice over Mexico to another international country?
Carriers can give, in a broad sense, transport services. Those are permitted. But they have to follow these rules for terminating transit or originating transit. Because, for example, we are, because of convergence in services and that we're going to IP services, it's difficult to distinguish between voice or data. And it's possible to have a transport of data, but that will not follow through a voice service definition. But in voice services, you have to follow originating and terminating charges.
So, I mean, is there any specific regulation for that or rules, or it is just by general concept, it is to...
No, we have a specific rules. We have a specific rules that have been, some that have been in place even before the reform, but interconnection rules have also been updated. But we have also some different rules and technical plans that have to be followed. We have the signaling and numbering, and those plans have some rules that have to follow voice services.
I hope I am not taking time of others, lots of questions. Only I will have the question about the unlicensed band coming to the spectrum. Do the carriers are allowed to use the unlicensed band to offload their data services, for example, the Wi-Fi services, to offload 3G or LTE services?
Yes, of course. We have a classification of spectrum that is free to use, that is unlicensed. We have some bands that are, for the moment, that are defined, but there are also new bands coming. In fact, we have right now a public consultation for a new band for unlicensed use.
And there's no, I always ask this question with my colleagues from Afghanistan. This is a commercial use of the free Wi-Fi bands.
Yes.
But do you distinguish commercial use from non-commercial use in terms of charges or anything like that?
Oh, yes, of course. We have also these other uses, the social use and public use. And in these cases, we give licenses without fees. That is very important because they are not intended for commercial use. And this has been also very interesting for different needs. For the public use, because, well, there are many public organizations that need services, their own services, for example, and mainly for security reasons. So we license this spectrum for these public uses directly, obviously without having to compete with others, because for commercial use we have to auction all spectrum. But this is different. With public and social uses, we do not have to auction. We can assign it directly. And social uses are for groups and organizations that do not have a commercial objective, but want to bring services mainly for people, for locations that have no ways of paying services, that it would be for telecommunication. We have assigned some licenses, social licenses for these social telecommunications, but also for social broadcasting. So, and for indigenous people. This is a specific kind of licenses that they have, that are, they go through a procedure that is more easy for indigenous people. And we have assigned also some licenses mainly for broadcasting.
So is that for commercial use, the unlicensed band is with no fee?
Yes. Yes, no fee at all.
You may continue with more questions. I think, I don't know if you're under a time schedule?
Yes.
It's 12 o'clock now,
Okay.
but you don't have to if not.
Or you can have personal time.
Okay, coming to quality of service, you mentioned how you measure the quality of service. Is it done randomly, or the operators just report from the operation centers how it is done, and for what interval of time?
We do both. They have to report, there's the self-reporting, but we also go and measure in camp. And in fact, we had to sanction some of the carriers some months ago because they were not complying with quality of service obligations. In fact, these quality of services obligations have been in place for a while. We didn't decide them. They came from before the reform. But now we're working in some new regulation for mobile services and fixed services. We had a public consultation for these new rules for mobile services. And we are now in the phase after the public consultation, analyzing all the commentary that we received.
The methodology that is used for quality of service assessment, which methodology you are using? Is it done through drive test, or it is through OMC raw data analysis?
This is what we have been applying is rather simple. We want to move to something more updated with these new rules, but it is we measure inside we have to make for statistical significance. So we measure lots of times to lots of carriers in different days of the week and in different places of their network, so as to come for a result that is solid. But it is random. We have to do it randomly. We do not have a specific program that the carriers know where we are going to do our measures. It is, we make our definitions and we do not publish them, so these measures will get us through as they can be.
So the measurements are basically on subjective method or objective?
Objective. They have to comply with some ranges of quality of service.
I hate to shut this down. I think this is indicative. It's very good that Mr. Nassimi is with the telecom regulator in Afghanistan, and it demonstrates the interest in learning about how other countries, especially Mexico, take on the same issues. Yes. And as I mentioned, we've talked before about thinking about doing a long seminar. We have now done a seminar in 15 minutes, and you've answered all the questions, right? So if there are no more questions for now, I want to thank you for coming. Thank you for that excellent presentation. What I propose right now is that, unlike when we had speakers coming in a hurry, that we give you a hello, goodbye, because you weren't able to meet people personally, and we'll so escort you out. And then I'll ask the group not to leave. We'll have some closing thoughts after our visitors from Mexico leave, and we'll just talk about what the rest of the day holds. But that would just be another 10, 15 minutes after that. So this is not a break, but a thank you for coming. Goodbye. Thank you. let's get started. If we may begin. Ah, okay. I didn't know. Even more than our previous years, we have this diverse audience, and I can say this for you, that we have not only two countries, but from Afghanistan, a lot of civil society, as well as government, Pakistan, South government. So the interests are all over the place, in these places. So I think probably common denominator type stuff. We got to see what you do, what we do, what some top issues are. So you're good? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. I'm very happy that our speaker, Mr. Chris Painter, is able to join us as part of our program. I had indicated this on our agenda, and I'm so pleased that it came through. So this will be our final speaker of the day. As we've said in other sessions, as I just said to Mr. Painter, our group is diverse in the sense that you come from two countries. You've heard this, I've said this in other sessions, you come from different backgrounds. Some of you represent your governments, as in fact our Pakistan representatives. Chris, I think you know Dr. Shah, Director Shamim for Pakistan. From Afghanistan, we have Mr. Qasim Nasimi, who's with the regulator. In the back, we have Mr. Payab, who's from the ministry in Afghanistan. Mr. Wafa, formerly of the ministry, now in the private sector. Ms. Shabana, who is with Tech Women Afghanistan. We don't know what happened to Aziz, but he's not in the room, right? We have another civil society person from American University in Afghanistan. My colleague Emily Skills is here. We also had a USAID representative here. So we've covered different ground today. We had a visit from ISOC. We just had a visit from the Mexican commissioner from the IFT in Washington. We had 2 days of meetings all over the place, from the FCC, NTIA, to also we met with Facebook and Microsoft, or at least some did, different types of meeting. So it's all geared towards different interests, different backgrounds, how to make the most out of being at the IGF, how to understand the issues that are being addressed here, how the different expertise is here. You represent a lot with respect to your cyber responsibilities. In way of more formal introduction of you, Mr. Christopher Painter is the coordinator for cyber issues, for all cyber issues at the U.S. Department of State. He's been at the vanguard of cyber issues for over 25 years. And what he does is coordinates and leads the U.S. diplomatic efforts on an open, interoperable, secure, and reliable internet. He has worked in various agencies, the White House, the private sector, to implement U.S. international strategy for cyberspace. And so these are a lot of issues. You see I'm reading off of the internet, I hope you don't mind, but I've been very fortunate to have worked with you the last couple of IGFs. Your staff member, Liesl, more than staff member, but Liesl Franz in the back, who coordinates really the U.S. presence at the IGF and the IGF activities. So it's a big honor that you're here and you've come again to talk to one of our delegations. And I thank you and turn it to you.
And happy to do so, and it's been nice to do this in the past. This has been a very interesting issue. As I said, I've been doing this in various capacities for many, many years. I was a prosecutor doing cyber crime cases back in the 90s. I've done a lot of the policy at the White House when the Obama administration came in, and then now I'm running this office in the State Department and seeing different aspects of this issue. What I do, I'll start a little bit about talking about what I do, and then talk about some of the challenges. But also, I want to make this somewhat interactive and have some questions and answers, because I think that's always better to actually address people, and I found that in the past. What my office does, it was set up about 5.5 years ago now. It was the first office in anywhere where a foreign ministry was looking at all the sweep of cyber issues. So everything from On the hard side, the cybersecurity issues, the international security issues, cybercrime issues, to issues like internet governance and issues like internet freedom, working with different people across our government and across our department to try to do two things. One, raise the level of engagement on all of those issues, make them a real policy issue, and two, make sure we're speaking with one voice, because depending on where you went, even within our own government, not a shock probably, you'd get different answers or different takes on things, but if we had a more unified strategy going forward, we can be better at achieving the things we're trying to achieve, which is an open, interoperable, but secure at the same time internet and communications infrastructure, so you can have all those together. And that's not always easy, because there are a lot of competing concerns, competing issues around security and privacy and freedom of expression, but they really don't, when you analyze them closely, compete as much as people think they do. They can go hand in glove, and that's one of the things we try to do. So we launched an international strategy for cyberspace back now in 2011 that looked at all these different issues, everything, again, from the security issues to the human rights issues to the economic issues, and tried to put them under one overarching theme. And really, that was both for our own government, but also a signal to other governments around the world. And the core part of that, which is good, the audience reflects that here today, is that it's not just governments making all decisions in any of these areas. It's somewhat of a sliding scale, that there is a multi-stakeholder approach where it's government, civil society, the private sector, academia. Indeed, when we were doing the strategy at the White House, we shared it with all those groups to get their input. When we did our cyberspace policy review in the beginning of the Obama administration, we shared it with all those groups. And now routinely in my job in the State Department, we talk to these groups in the US and around the world. Indeed, some of the sessions we're going to have later on during this IGF is a meeting of the private sector stakeholders, a meeting of the civil society stakeholders, and obviously we'll have bilats with a number of countries too. And so I think that's a very helpful way to look at this basket of issues. It's important that this has been elevated to be a policy issue for a couple of reasons. I think for a long time that I'd seen this, people looked at this as much more of a technical issue. And so there are very important technical aspects to it, regulatory aspects, technical aspects to it. And it's important for the ICT ministries and the regulatory bodies to be involved. But it's not just that. If you're looking at issues around security or human rights, there are other parts of, even on the government side, you need to have involved in this. It's not solely this technical issue. It really is a core issue of national security, a core issue of economic policy, a core issue of human rights policy. And it's important for all those players to be thinking about this and having discussion, because that means your policy in the end will be better. Security, cybersecurity, for instance, is not an end in itself. It is a enabler to allow you to have better economic use of the internet and just better economic growth generally, and social growth. So you have to look at all these things together, and we've done that. The things that we've been trying to promote, certainly working very closely in forums like the IGF to promote the multi-stakeholder way of looking at internet governance and how the internet is run, and some of the policy issues. We've been working very hard on internet freedom issues, working with the Freedom Online Coalition and others, working a lot on security issues, getting more countries to sign up to the Cybercrime Convention, the Budapest Convention, getting more countries to get trained to have the capability to deal with cybercrime, working on cybersecurity issues, trying to get countries around the world to have cybersecurity strategies that are not just narrow strategies, but whole of government strategies that are developed that has all the different parts of a government and the other stakeholders in society as part of it. And I think now there are over 35 countries that have national strategies around the world, and more are on their way, which is important. We've been doing capacity building in terms of cybercrime and cybersecurity, building certs, doing the strategies and others. We have been championing a cyber stability framework, which is on that kind of hard side, trying to avoid cyber warfare. So how do you do that? Having international law apply to cyberspace, making sure that there are mechanisms in place, confidence building measures, so that countries can talk to each other and have channels of communication as one type of a confidence building measure, to make sure there's not inadvertent misunderstandings and escalation in this area because of issues around attribution and other problems. That international law applies in cyberspace, which is an important way to make all of cyberspace more safe and secure. And that we've also worked to increase the networks of cooperation between countries in terms of cybersecurity, between certs and others, and cybercrime. And we've used diplomatic tools to respond to incidents. We had a big incident a few years ago where a lot of our banking websites were hit with denial of service attacks. So these are botnets, they're located all over the world, the concentration can change from day to day, and they're hard to deal with. So, there might be some technical things you can do, but they're not that easy to do. But what we did is, in addition to our US CERT reaching out to their counterparts around the world, and our law enforcement reaching out to their counterparts around the world, we also use diplomatic means, what they call diplomatic démarches, to reach out to 25 countries where these botnets were concentrated and say, can you use whatever tools you have in your country to help us mitigate this threat? And if you ask us, we'll do the same thing for you. We'll try to build this collective response to this issue. But again, all of that has to be looked at together, and I think we've done a very good job in doing that and mainstreaming this issue as not just a technical issue, but as a major policy issue in the US and increasingly around the world. And I think it's, I remember when I first started doing this, going to a minister or a cabinet secretary in our system and telling them about any of these issues, usually their eyes would go blank and they would not want to deal with it because they thought it was a technical issue. Whereas now, I go to meetings in the White House that are cabinet level meetings or deputy cabinet level meetings where they talk about these issues quite intelligently because they understand all the implications. It's not just a cyber issue, it's a larger issue. And so that's, I think, really means that this is maturing as an issue. And it's an important issue not just for developed countries, but for developing countries too, because if those countries develop the right policies and practices while they're developing and getting more connectivity, and this is why a lot of the capacity building we've done has been focused on this, then they will be in a better place, frankly, than even we were, because we try to bolt a lot of those policies on after the fact, whereas these countries, as they get more connectivity, have the opportunity to do that and make policy in a way that will be enduring. And the beauty of making policy by bringing in the private sector and civil society is when you have those policy, those sectors embrace that policy and are supportive of it rather than criticizing it, and so that helps too. And so there's a lot we've been able, I think, to do. There's still a hell of a lot more to do in this area. The challenges are getting ever greater. You read every day on the news about some new major incident of almost any kind. People are getting worried about these issues. So I think we need to be able to address this, but at the same time, make sure we're looking at the positive nature of the internet and what it brings while looking at the security and really melding those together. So that's really been our job. Now, I'd say since my office was created, Liesl joined the office about a year after it was started. We started with 4 people. We have about 20 now, which is good, obviously, but they're all overworked. We were the first office, as mentioned, anywhere in the world that had this, any country. There are now over 20, almost 25 countries who have a counterpart to me and their countries who we've been dealing with on these range of issues. And that's very important, and countries are taking it much more seriously. Again, always understandable when countries have lots of different priorities they have to deal with. This is maybe not always their first priority, but I think if it becomes a priority for the executive, for the prime minister, the president, the leadership of a country, and the ministers, it really helps it become a priority overall, and it's something that we've been pushing pretty aggressively. So I'm going to stop there just because I want to encourage questions and make this a little more interactive than just me speaking at you, if that makes sense. This is like one of the longest microphones I've ever seen. I feel like, but please.
This is one of the rooms that is least conducive to conversation.
Yeah, I know, sadly.
But we'll try. So let's try to have a conversation. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Or is there anything that, I guess most of you aren't that involved with cybersecurity, although Mr. Wafa always has been. He's always was my cybersecurity contact. He's ready to speak, I think.
And I should say, this is not just about cybersecurity. I covered that. As I said, we cover issues around internet governance. We cover issues around internet freedom and human rights online. But the important message I'm trying to leave you with is that you can't have people over here doing cybersecurity and people over here doing internet governance and people over here doing human rights and people over here doing economics. Because if you do that, you're kind of doomed to fail. And I'll tell you a little story that when I first went to the White House in the beginning of the Obama administration to join the National Security Council, I thought, perhaps naively, that everything, once you're in the White House, everything's organized and everyone, there's no conflicts and everyone has the same view. No, it's very similar to the interagency process. And what I saw, and this has changed dramatically over these last 8 years, is the people who did the economic side of internet policy and the people who did security, cybersecurity, didn't really talk to each other much. In fact, they had whole different ways of speaking about it. Internet policy, cyberspace, there were whole different ways of even talking about the issue. And there was, I think, some distrust between each side. The economic people were saying, well, those security people are just trying to slow us down. And the security people were saying, well, the economic people who wanted to innovate, which was really important, were crazy because they weren't talking about security and thinking about it, and things like, smart grid and issues like that. And what I've seen over the last 8 years is those communities coming much closer together and understanding the value of each other. And that's an important discussion to have within your country, is to have the different components that are dealing with the different issues talking together. So that's my one thing that I try to preach. But anyway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Painter, for the briefing. Indeed, cybersecurity is a 24/7 job. As a former employee to the Ministry of Communication and IT, where I started, like all cybersecurity staff, establish a team of cyber emergency response team within the government to work on solving various cyber crimes. I still have some concerns, like after leaving the government. You mentioned about the capacity building program. Do you have this for governments? Like, is there any chance we can communicate this to the Ministry of Communication and IT and send a couple of people for engineering level, like courses or education? There's a big gap between the technical guys and the law enforcement. I'm sure Mr. Gattuso remembers the last workshop that we held in Istanbul, where there were various people from law enforcement and some technical guys as well. Still, the understanding level to the law enforcement, that was still there, and they were not trying to understand, or it was very complicated for them. They were taking the issue to a very different level. I would like to know if there is any program for that, so we can coordinate this thing with the ministry. Since I'm still involved in cyber-related activities, the most recently activities is with MCIT, that I'm from ISOC, Afghanistan. Right. I'm working with them to find a solution for child online protection in Afghanistan. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, and I'd say we've tried to do some capacity building work. A lot of what we've tried to do, my office at least, because of limited funding and even more limited personnel to do it, is do regional programs, more in terms of cybersecurity policy and also cybercrime policy. We've done a lot in Africa so far, but we're looking to do more. But it's been regional ones because we can't. We just don't have the resource to go country by country. However, there are, depending on what you're looking at, sometimes there are parts of the U.S. government, including FBI, who does specific training on specific things, forensics and other issues with specific countries, so that's possible. There's something called the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise that we're a member of, which is started by the Dutch during their big cyberspace conference, that's supposed to partner private sector and governments around the world in doing capacity building, so we're looking at that. So you're right, there's a crying need to do more capacity building. This was recognized just recently in this commission report that came out of a commission that was set up to look at our cybersecurity issues around the world. And we recognize that's important, not just for countries, but it's important for all of us since we're all part of the same network. But I am happy to follow up and try to point you to some resources. But as far as us individually being able to do it, sometimes we can do it in a very narrow sense, but it's just very difficult to do country by country stuff rather than talking about best practices and things that are available. But sometimes there's individual training that's available. There's also things like the USTTI program, which although it's largely focused on regulatory policy and others, it does have programs on security now, and those can bring some people back to DC to work on that. There are folks who are interested in what they call industrial control systems, that our Department of Homeland Security has tried to make spaces available in some of the national lab programs to deal with that, to bring people back. So there are some possibilities, but I'd be happy to follow up. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Okay. When it comes to the cybersecurity issues on a government level, so it's not a one-man job or a one entity's job.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I would say that it's happening back in my country through one single entity, which is not a good practice. So what would you recommend? Because we cannot adopt the structures in US, for sure. But what would you suggest for developing countries? That what would be the best combination of different entities in order to fight the cyber war, I would say?
So I don't think there's any one silver bullet. There's no one perfect answer to this. A lot depends on your government, how your country is organized, what the institutions are, what their responsibilities are. What I have emphasized is in some countries they have one entity that tries to do everything. In many countries they recognize that the ability rests in several. And I'll tell you, like in the US, for instance, the State Department has a role. The Department of Homeland Security has a huge role in terms of cybersecurity issues. Department of Justice has a role on cybercrime issues. The Department of Commerce has a role with respect to some of the cybersecurity issues too, and NIST and others within the Department of Commerce. So what we decided is rather than try to create some new group and put everything under that, the most important thing was to have coordination between all those different entities to leverage the capabilities that are there. So again, you have to map your own government and say, well, where is the expertise and where is the ability? And I have found, although, again, this could differ from country to country, having a coordinating function for us in the White House has been helpful, because when you have it in one particular agency, there's always a little jealousy between agencies, and they all, they don't necessarily cooperate as much as if it's coming from the higher level and they're the convener bringing everyone together. And that's worked pretty well for us. And that, it's not perfect, but I think we've been able to get those different agencies to contribute their capabilities, whether it be our Department of Defense, DHS, DOJ, us, Commerce, or even other agencies, including energy and others are there. So there's a lot of best practices out there, and this is why a national strategy is really important, because if you put a national strategy together, you can figure out who does what, and then kind of assign roles and responsibilities so people know what the playing field is rather than fighting about it, and I think that's helpful. But it really depends on how things are distributed on the ground, but that coordination is the most important part of it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the information. One important aspect of cybersecurity are the certs. So in the US, what's the structure of the certs? Do we have a central cert, or each state has their own cert, or each area like the telecom would have a separate cert, and the financial institutions would have a separate cert, and who is taking lead in the certs? So where is actually the cert located?
So the answer is yes. So, there is a centralized government cert. It's U.S. cert. It's in the Department of Homeland Security. It deals with threats to government systems. It also is the conduit between the government and the private sector in sharing information that the government has and trying to gather information from the private sector. There are numerous state certs. There are numerous certs for different sectors, but those are not government-run ones necessarily. There are also certs, individual company certs. If you ever go to a FIRST meeting, the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, they bring all these certs together, government certs from around the world, company certs, regional certs. And I think that's very helpful because they have different roles. The other thing, though, beyond certs, is what we've done in the U.S. is to have sector-by-sector information sharing, what they used to be ISACs, but now they're called ISAOs, organizations, which allow the sector to share information and vulnerability and patch information among themselves, and then also connect to the government. So that's been very effective because we let the private sector organize that, and then that's the conduit between them and the government, and they're more willing to share among themselves when they're organizing it. So it's not a cert, but it's a way of sharing information that could come from a cert. So I think it is very important, and we've argued this around the world, that every government have a government-level cert to at least deal with their government, but also have a role in reaching out to the private sector. And that's, I think, a building component that you need to have.
Thank you very much. I also second Mr. Wafa from Afghanistan that there is a big capacity gap.
Yeah.
So what we can do that with the help of CLDP or with from your agency, we can have a good 4 or 5 days workshop in Pakistan. That's possible, that where we can have regional countries. Second is that there is from the Asia Pacific region, especially Pakistan point of view, that the cyber crime is a big problem. Like most of the countries based OTT are US based, so they must be compliant with the US law. But most of the cases in law enforcement, we don't have ally solutions from them. So what is, the policy in this regard about from the US government?
So, again, capacity building, we very much think it's an important area. It's just leveraging the right resources and doing it. We've also tried to do some webinars and other things, but we can discuss that more. But, I agree. I mean, I think law enforcement is facing a lot of challenges. They're facing forensics challenges. They're facing training challenges. We think that there's a couple core things that need to be done. One is we think that countries should join this Budapest Convention because it allows better control, better substantive law, but also better sharing of evidence. But we think that it's a kind of a three-legged stool. One is having the laws in place. One is having the ability to share with other entities around the world. And the third is actually having law enforcement to know what they're doing. And you have to have all three of those together. And so I think that's a big challenge. I agree. And I think governments are now prioritizing that more because all kinds of crime is becoming cybercrime. Either it's an actual cybercrime or the evidence is on the internet. So again, I'm happy to try to think more creatively about how we can reach out, whatever our budget will be next year, and talk more about that.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I think I have time for one more, if there's.
I didn't know. I saw some interest, or no? I'm not trying to pull it out. I just thought I saw something.
Yeah, I would just ask a question. I don't know how it sounds. When they're like, we're forming coalitions against different terrorists or the wars or whatever. Do you think that there will be a need for coalition of governments to fight against the cyber war? Because some countries are advancing, but some are lagging behind. So how we can fight it together?
Yeah, and it's a good question. What we've been focusing on is trying to make this a more stable environment overall. So that's the idea of saying international law applies in cyberspace just like the physical world. So if you actually had a cyber war, and we haven't had one yet. I mean, people talk about it a lot, but it hasn't happened yet. There's been cyber components to actually shooting wars, but not a separate cyber war. I'm not sure there ever will be. But things like proportionality and distinction apply in cyberspace just like they do in the physical world. We need to figure out exactly how those apply. But the idea of having confidence building measures to keep conflicts from happening, like channels of communication so things don't get out of hand, and the idea of promoting norms of responsible state behavior. And these are things that we've been really working on a lot. Things like, a country should not attack the critical infrastructure of another country absent wartime. Wartime, there's different rules, but don't do it absent wartime. And the more countries we can get to sign up to that, the more countries that say, that's a good idea, that's a norm of self-restraint, we won't do that, that makes the entire ecosystem safer. And so, yeah, the worry is that you could have bad actors. Now, most country actors, unless they're countries like North Korea, for instance, are, they have enough inner connections that they don't want to risk having a cyber conflict. But you need to have some rules of the road in place, and that's what we've been working on to try to make that safer. And of course, as country, and that's been happening in something called the Group of Government Experts in the UN. It got affirmed in the first committee last year. I think we need to continue that work and broaden that conversation so it's not just a small group of countries, but all countries who are thinking about those issues. And I think I'm out of time.
Great. This has been wonderful. Thank you so much for coming.
Happy to do it. Thank you, guys. Good seeing you. See you again next year.
See you this week.
Or this week, yes. Yes, thank you. Good luck with the rest of the report.
Thank you. Especially for the Afghans. So, thank you.
The trick is to get as many people involved, and therefore with one person get everybody involved. This is really important. I need
I want, let's, I thought we got a VIP, you said. Okay, but I want to talk about something else first, if I may. We still have time? All right, thank you all. Just some closing things. We've discussed this before. There's nothing new here, although it's in a public forum. Just about the rest of the day and the rest of the week. As you know, this is our last time together in terms of CLDP and you all as visitors until really we get together Friday afternoon for lunch and our closing sessions for those of you who are still here. We've talked before about what we want to get out of the IGF. So in the bigger picture, we've talked about, do you have a plan for the week? Do you have a plan for what you do? I haven't really helped very much with those plans, but I will come to each of you, a little bit in terms of your organization, but individually on what you hope to do. And on Friday, I'll ask you what you accomplished, basically. And what you'll take away from this, what you plan to do in the future as a result of being here at the IGF. And then for those of you in Washington, you remember our senior counsel, Mr. Jo Young, said, for CLDP support of activities in the two countries, how can we think about what we might be able to do in the next 12 months following this? So this time together is really setting up accomplishments and results. For today, there are a lot of day zero events, including, I'm sorry, we won't be able to go to the new person's event, which started at 12, but I looked at the schedule, and I think you'll find those interesting. And for today, it is good that you're not all new. I think we have at least we have three in the room who have been here with CLDP before, and you're the veterans. It's not all new to you. You have a sense of this, and you're not going to be as lost because you have friends here to help. As with other CLDP IGFs, we have Judith, Emily is here, I'm here. We don't know the areas, the discussions as well. I mean, Judith does, and this is why Judith's here, to know the IGF, know the issues. We don't in depth, but we're all here to help figure out what would be a valuable use of your time. You don't have to come to us because you're here. We're not here as Department of Commerce to tell you where to go or what to get into. And fortunately, with your colleagues and with our help, we're here to facilitate. So the three of us will be around all week. We'll be helping to say where to go, including what time you want to go home. We'll take a survey this afternoon and see what time we call our bus for. Those of you who don't want to leave when the bus leaves, there's the regular shuttle bus or anybody who leaves early, that sort of thing. And we'll figure out where in that bus is going to be. So, like I said, we've talked about this before. We're going to have a busy week, I hope, a fun week, a productive week. Are there any questions about what we're going to do, other than lunch, which is the next issue?
So you have another booking for...
yeah, no. So we reserve the room for the whole We thought that if we didn't have the pre-Washington seminar, we would need more time for discussions later in the afternoon, but we don't need that now, and so that's why we didn't release the room.
That's correct. The IGF reflects the request I made for the room, and it was a matter of being in Washington, which we didn't first plan when we first reserved the room, and the fact that there's so many other things day zero. The fact we are breaking now is consistent with the printed agenda that we distributed by email and in Washington. So I think I'm consistent. I don't think I diverged from that. And we just, I did notify the Secretariat that we will not need this room after lunch. And I just did that late, so it's still on the documents and everything you'll see online. Well, I think we're all in the WhatsApp group, right? Unless you all are prepared to tell us now when you want to go home.
And there's the reception later on.
And there is the reception at a different place. So I'm presuming we go back to the hotel. We won't have the bus to the U.S. government reception, but we will help with Ubers and taxis, whatever it is, to get to that. And I hope you all can attend the reception tonight.
Grand Fiesta?
Yeah, but where
Close to the
It's pretty close.
Okay.
But also, Grant, if you stay here, the Grand Fiesta is on the shuttle bus route. So if for some reason the bus has gone and you're still in the session, just find the IGF shuttle that goes to the Grand Fiesta Americana and hop on that bus.
And what time is this reception?
We're not going to leave anyone behind, so if you guys do plan on going directly to the reception, please let us know, because otherwise we're going to be just sitting waiting.
Yeah,
So.
because we will leave people behind.
Right.
Not on purpose, not on
Well-
purpose, right. If you're going to, if you want to stay behind, please let us know so we know where you are. Yeah.
The reception is at 7. We have to be at the hotel maybe by 6.
Right, and so that's why if you're here until 6, just take, and you told us that I'm staying into a session until 6 p.m., just we'll know, and then you can take the shuttle, the hotel shuttle to that hotel.
So should we say 5:30 as a pickup? For
Should we
the-
say 5:30 for now, unless you hear otherwise? And we'll send out a notice where this bus is going to be?
Oh, is that okay? So,
we're in WhatsApp.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but we just need to tell the driver one time, so 5:30, I think that gives us enough time to go back to the hotel if people want to change or anything. I have to call him, that's why. I mean, if I tell him to be
5:15?
here at 5:30, he'll be here.
I hear more like 5:15.
Okay. Is 5:15 better for people?
Give us more time to get at the hotel and get ready to leave again.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so now lunch?
Well, and the thing is with lunch is that it's not provided, so we have to buy meal tickets every day. And if you go by the gift shop, you can just get your meal ticket, and everyone has their money on them, right? No one forgot money.
If you don't, we'll see what we can do. I am
Yeah.
sorry, CLDP would have been happy to cater lunch as we have in previous IGS, but the IGF has prohibited us from bringing food in. And at least last year they did. No food. And sometimes IGF's the food's free. So last year it worked out. This year we just buy the tickets. We're good? So you're free on your own, but I think there'll be a rush to the ticket window. Thank you very much. Thank you to the IGF staff. Really appreciate it. Any remote questions? Have a good day.